Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The Atlantic stretched endlessly beneath a pewter sky, its surface catching the last whispers of daylight as the SS Britannica cut through waters that had carried dreams and secrets for centuries. The year was 1935, and the great ocean liner moved with the confident grace of an era that still believed in elegance, even as shadows gathered on the European horizon. Salt spray kissed the windows of the first-class dining salon, where crystal glasses caught the amber glow of electric chandeliers, their light dancing across cream-coloured walls adorned with Art Deco flourishes that spoke of humanity's eternal desire to make even the vastness of the sea feel like home. Hercule Poirot sat in his customary corner of the salon, a cup of perfectly brewed tea steaming gently before him, its delicate porcelain rim warmed by his careful touch. The Belgian detective's meticulously groomed moustache twitched slightly as he observed the evening ritual of his fellow passengers, that peculiar choreography of transatlantic travel, where strangers became temporary neighbours, bound together by nothing more than the shared dream of crossing an ocean. The soft murmur of conversation blended with the distant hum of the ship's engines, a mechanical heartbeat that had become as familiar as his own breathing during their 3 days at sea. It was Mrs. Carmichael who first mentioned it, her voice dropping to that conspiratorial whisper reserved for the most delicious of mysteries. She was a woman of perhaps 55, draped in silk the colour of midnight and pearls that caught the light like captured stars, her Chicago accent softened by years of European finishing schools. "Have you heard," she murmured to her dining companion Lady Pemberton, "about the passenger in cabin 47? Poirot's attention, which had been drifting pleasantly with the gentle rock of the ship, sharpened with the precision of a blade finding its mark. He did not turn his head. Years of observation had taught him that the most interesting conversations were often overheard rather than invited, but his ears tuned themselves to their frequency, with the skill of a musician finding the perfect pitch. Lady Pemberton, a formidable woman whose aristocratic bearing could have served as the template for all British nobility, raised an eyebrow with the measured precision of someone accustomed to being surprised by very little. Cabin 47? I wasn't aware that particular cabin was occupied. I've walked past it numerous times during my evening constitutional, and I've never seen hide nor hair of its occupant. Precisely the point, my dear. Mrs. Carmichael's voice carried the satisfaction of someone in possession of particularly tantalising gossip. The stewards whisper that he boards only at night after the dinner hour has passed and the corridors have settled into their evening quiet. They say he appears from nowhere, as if the fog itself had taken human form and decided to take passage to New York. The fog. Yes, there had been fog these past 2 evenings, rolling in from the north with the silent persistence of something alive, wrapping itself around the ship like a grey shawl. Poirot had noticed how it seemed to muffle not just sound, but something deeper, the very sense of reality itself. In such weather, he reflected, a man might indeed appear and disappear like a character in a Gothic romance, though Poirot's experience suggested that the most supernatural mysteries usually had the most mundane explanations. But surely, Lady Pemberton protested, her practical English sensibilities asserting themselves, the passenger manifest would list his name. One cannot simply board a ship of this calibre without proper documentation. This isn't some Mediterranean ferry boat. Mrs. Carmichael leaned forward, her pearls catching the light as they swayed with the ship's gentle motion. That, my dear Lady Pemberton, is where the mystery deepens. Young Thomas, he's the night steward on our deck, charming boy with the most earnest blue eyes. He told me in the strictest confidence that there is no passenger registered under cabin 47. The purser's records show it as empty, unoccupied for the entire voyage. The dining salon hummed with the quiet symphony of evening aboard a great liner. Silverware clinked against china with the gentle percussion of civilization asserting itself against the vastness of the ocean. Somewhere in the distance, a string quartet played Debussy, the notes floating through the air like musical sea foam. The scent of roasted duck and fine wine mingled with the ever-present tang of salt air that no amount of luxury could entirely banish. A reminder that they were, after all, but a small island of humanity in the midst of an endless expanse. Poirot sipped his tea thoughtfully, allowing the conversation to wash over him like the gentle waves that lapped against the ship's hull. The 1930s were a peculiar time for ocean travel, he mused. The great age of immigration had largely passed, but the ships still carried their human cargo across the Atlantic. Now it was businessmen seeking opportunity, socialites fleeing scandal, artists chasing inspiration, and occasionally, though one rarely spoke of it openly, those who had reasons of their own for wishing to be somewhere else entirely. The Britannica herself was a marvel of modern engineering, a floating city that represented the pinnacle of human achievement in maritime luxury. Her Art Deco interiors spoke of an age that believed firmly in progress, in the power of human ingenuity to tame even the wild ocean. The grand staircase in the main foyer curved like a frozen waterfall, its brass railings polished to mirror brightness. The smoking lounge, with its leather chairs the colour of aged cognac, and its cedar panelling that whispered of distant forests, provided a masculine refuge where gentlemen could discuss the state of the world over brandy and cigars. The ladies' salon, by contrast, was a temple to feminine refinement, all silk wall coverings in shades of rose and gold, with delicate furniture that seemed to float rather than merely stand. But it was in the dining salon that the ship's true character revealed itself. Here, 3 times daily, the complex social hierarchy of transatlantic travel played out its eternal drama. The ship's passengers represented the full spectrum of 1930s society, from industrial magnates whose fortunes had survived the recent economic turbulence to European nobility whose titles carried more weight than their bank accounts. There were Broadway actresses travelling incognito, hoping to avoid the attention of gossip columnists, and university professors carrying precious manuscripts to prestigious American institutions. Artists and writers huddled in animated conversations about the changing world, while businessmen discussed trade agreements with the intensity of generals planning a campaign. "I've made some inquiries of my own," Mrs. Carmichael continued, clearly relishing her role as the evening's chief purveyor of mystery. The cabin boy who services that section of the corridor, young Pierre with the most adorable French accent. He swears that each morning he finds evidence of occupancy. The bed has been slept in, though made with military precision. A single glass sits by the wash basin, showing traces of having been used, and strangest of all, there's always the faint scent of tobacco in the air. Not cigarettes, mind you, but proper cigars. Cuban, if Pierre's nose can be trusted, and given his Marseille upbringing, I suspect it can. Lady Pemberton's practical nature wrestled visibly with her curiosity. Perhaps it's simply a matter of scheduling confusion. The purser's office is efficient, but even they can make mistakes. Maybe the gentleman in question boards very early before the breakfast service and disembarks during the day for, I don't know, business meetings in the wireless room or conferences with the captain. But even as she spoke, Lady Pemberton's voice carried the uncertain edge of someone trying to convince herself of something she didn't quite believe. The wireless room, after all, was hardly a place for extended conferences, and the captain, while courteous to all passengers, maintained a professional distance that made lengthy business discussions unlikely. Poirot found himself studying the other diners with renewed interest. The elderly gentleman at table 12, dining alone with the methodical precision of someone accustomed to solitude. Could he be their mysterious passenger? But no. Poirot had observed him at breakfast just that morning, chatting amiably with the ship's librarian about the latest detective fiction. The middle-aged man in the impeccably tailored suit near the windows, perhaps. But he'd been holding court in the smoking lounge just before dinner, regaling a small audience with tales of his business ventures in Argentina. The truth was, Poirot realised as he allowed his gaze to drift across the dining salon, that he had developed a mental catalogue of his fellow passengers, a habit born of professional necessity and personal curiosity. In 3 days at sea, one naturally began to recognise the patterns of shipboard life. There was Mrs. Henderson, who always took her morning coffee on the promenade deck at precisely 8 o'clock, rain or shine. Professor Manning invariably claimed the same corner table in the library each afternoon, surrounded by a fortress of archaeological journals. The Rothschild twins, those vivacious young ladies from Boston, could be found each evening in the ballroom, never lacking for dance partners, but always preferring each other's company. The ship's routine was as predictable as the tides themselves. Morning brought the gentle chaos of breakfast service, followed by the leisurely parade of passengers taking their constitutional on the decks. The afternoon settled into quieter pursuits, reading, letter-writing, gentle conversation over tea. Evening exploded into social brilliance, with cocktails in the Palm Court, dinner in the Grand Salon, and entertainment that might include anything from classical recitals to spirited debates about the future of Europe. "You know," Mrs. Carmichael said, lowering her voice even further, "I've begun to wonder if our mysterious passenger might be someone rather important. The kind of person who has reasons for maintaining a low profile, if you understand my meaning." Lady Pemberton's eyes widened slightly. "You don't mean... Surely not someone fleeing scandal? This is a respectable ship." "Oh, my dear, scandal is far too mundane an explanation. I'm thinking of something rather more significant. Have you noticed the tension among some of the European passengers? The way certain conversations stop abruptly when others approach? There's something in the air besides salt spray. Mark my words." Indeed, Poirot had noticed. The 1930s were a time of gathering storms, both meteorological and political. Europe simmered with tensions that seemed to grow more serious with each passing month. In the smoking lounge, conversations that began with discussions of business or sports often drifted toward more serious matters. The situation in Germany, the delicate balance of power, the sense that the world stood on the brink of changes that none could fully predict. It was entirely possible, Poirot mused, that someone aboard the Britannica carried secrets worth hiding. Industrial espionage was hardly unknown, and the ship's passenger manifest read like a who's who of international commerce and diplomacy. There were steel magnates and oil executives, diplomatic attachés travelling discreetly, and more than one passenger whose stated profession of gentleman of leisure might encompass activities of a more complex nature. The evening's entertainment was drawing to a close. The string quartet had moved from Debussy to something lighter, more suited to the post-dinner hour when conversation turned from business to pleasure. Waiters moved with the silent efficiency of shadows, clearing tables and preparing the salon for its transformation into a late-evening social space. Some passengers drifted toward the ballroom where dancing would continue until the small hours. Others headed for the more intimate atmosphere of the smoking lounge or the ladies' salon. Poirot finished his tea and rose from his table, his movements deliberate and unhurried. The mystery of Cabin 47 intrigued him, certainly, but not enough to disturb the peaceful rhythm of shipboard life that he had come to appreciate. Tomorrow would bring its own revelations, as all days did. For tonight he would content himself with a gentle stroll around the promenade deck, breathing in the salt air and listening to the eternal conversation between wind and wave. As he made his way toward the salon's exit, he paused near Mrs. Carmichael's table. "I could not help but overhear," he said with his characteristic politeness, "your discussion of the passenger in cabin 47. A most intriguing puzzle, is it not?" Mrs. Carmichael's eyes lit up with the delight of someone who had found an appreciative audience for her mystery. "Oh, Monsieur Poirot, how wonderful that you find it interesting. I do hope you might apply that famous detective brain of yours to the problem. It has been quite consuming my thoughts." "Perhaps," Poirot replied with a gentle smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "Tomorrow I shall make some discreet inquiries. But for tonight, I think I shall be content to let the ocean keep its secrets for just a little while longer. After all, mysteries, like fine wine, often improve with a bit of patience." As he stepped out onto the promenade deck, the night air embraced him with its cool, salt-tinged embrace. Above, Stars fought through wisps of cloud, their light reflected in the endless dance of waves far below. The ship moved through the darkness with steady confidence, carrying its cargo of dreams, secrets, and stories toward whatever waited on the far side of the ocean. Somewhere in the fog that had begun to gather once again around the ship's hull, Poirot mused. A mysterious passenger might indeed be preparing to make his nocturnal appearance. Tomorrow would reveal whether Mrs. Carmichael's gossip held any substance, or whether it was simply another of those shipboard tales that bloomed like sea flowers in the hothouse atmosphere of transatlantic travel. For now he was content to listen to the whispers of wind and wave, and to let the night carry him gently toward whatever mysteries tomorrow might bring. Morning aboard the SS Britannica arrived, with the gentle ceremony that only a great ocean liner could orchestrate. The ship's bells chimed 7 times, their bronze voices carrying across decks still kissed by the pre-dawn mist that clung to the Atlantic like a lover reluctant to let go. Through the porthole of his first-class cabin, Hercule Poirot watched the sun paint the endless waters in shades of pearl and gold, each wave catching light as if the ocean itself was celebrating the simple miracle of another day. The detective's morning routine was as precise as clockwork, honed by years of travel and an appreciation for the small rituals that anchored one's existence. He dressed with careful attention to detail, the perfectly knotted tie, the immaculate suit pressed by the ship's valet service, the patent leather shoes that reflected the cabin's warm electric light. His moustache received its daily grooming with the reverence of a gardener tending prize orchids, each whisker coaxed into place with pomade that carried the faintest scent of bergamot. By 8 o'clock he'd taken his customary place in the first-class dining salon, where morning light streamed through tall windows, casting dancing patterns across tables laid with crisp white linen and china so fine it seemed to glow from within. The breakfast service aboard the Britannica was a testament to civilization's triumph over the wilderness of the sea. Silver chafing dishes kept eggs at perfect temperature. Crystal bowls held fruits that had never seen salt spray, and coffee arrived in elegant pots that transformed the simple act of morning sustenance into something approaching art. Poirot had just buttered his second piece of toast, thick cut from bread baked in the ship's own ovens, its crust golden as autumn leaves, when he noticed the conversation at the table beside his had turned once again to the matter of cabin 47. This time it was not the well-bred whispers of society matrons, but the more practical discourse of gentlemen who prided themselves on getting to the bottom of things. "I tell you, Bradshaw, it's most irregular," Colonel Hastings was saying, his military bearing evident even in the way he held his teacup. The colonel was a man whose entire bearing spoke of campaigns in distant lands, of empire and duty, and the unshakable belief that problems were meant to be solved through direct action. His greying moustache bristled with indignation as he continued, "I've made inquiries with the purser myself. Cabin 47 is listed as unoccupied, yet the stewards insist they service it daily." Mr. Bradshaw, a round man whose success in the textile industry had afforded him this transatlantic crossing, dabbed at his lips with his napkin before responding, "Perhaps it's simply a matter of clerical error. These shipping lines, efficient as they are, sometimes suffer from the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing. I've seen it in my own business, warehouse records showing empty shelves while goods sit collecting dust in plain sight." But Colonel Hastings was not a man easily satisfied by mundane explanations. "Clerical error doesn't account for the physical evidence, my dear fellow. I took the liberty of examining the corridor myself during yesterday's evening stroll. Cabin 47 is most definitely occupied, or at least it gives every appearance of being so." Poirot found himself abandoning the pretense of reading his morning newspaper, a day-old copy of the Times that somehow made world events feel both urgent and comfortably distant when read amid the peaceful luxury of the ship's salon. Instead, he turned his attention fully to the colonel's account, his detective instinct stirring like a cat stretching in a sunny window. "The door was firmly locked," Colonel Hastings continued, "but I could see a sliver of light beneath it. Not the steady glow of an electric bulb left burning, mind you, but the flickering illumination of someone moving about inside. And there was something else. The faintest trace of cigar smoke seeping from beneath the door. Good tobacco, I'd wager. Cuban if my nose doesn't deceive me." The mention of cigars sparked Poirot's memory. Cuban tobacco was not uncommon aboard a ship of this calibre, but it was expensive enough to suggest a passenger of some means. More intriguingly, it suggested someone with particular tastes. Cuban cigars were not merely a luxury, but a statement of sophistication and worldliness. They spoke of someone who understood quality, who appreciated the finer things that life aboard a great ocean liner could offer. Mr. Bradshaw leaned forward, his businessman's curiosity clearly piqued. "Did you attempt to make contact?" A simple knock on the door might have resolved the mystery entirely. "I did indeed," the Colonel replied, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that nonetheless carried clearly to Poirot's attentive ears. 3 discreet raps, the sort any gentleman would recognise as a polite inquiry. The response was peculiar. In what way peculiar? The light within immediately went out as if snuffed by an invisible hand. The movement ceased entirely. It was as though whoever was inside had simply vanished. I waited for several minutes, but there was no further sign of occupancy. No sound, no light, nothing at all. Poirot sipped his coffee thoughtfully, savouring both its rich flavour and the growing complexity of the mystery. The behaviour described by Colonel Hastings suggested someone who very much did not wish to be discovered. But why? What could drive a passenger aboard a respectable ocean liner to such elaborate measures of concealment? The morning routine of the ship continued around them with clockwork precision. Stewards moved silently between tables, refreshing coffee cups and clearing plates with the invisible efficiency that marked the best service. Through the dining salon's windows, Poirot could see early risers taking their constitutional on the promenade deck, bundled in coats against the morning chill but determined to take their daily exercise despite the salt air's bite. The 1930s had brought a new sophistication to ocean travel, transforming what had once been an ordeal of endurance into an experience of luxury that rivaled the finest hotels on land. The Britannica represented the pinnacle of this evolution, a floating palace where passengers could cross the Atlantic without sacrificing any of the comforts they might expect from the most exclusive establishments in London or New York. The ship's architects had understood that the ocean's vastness could be overwhelming, and so they had created intimate spaces within the grand structure. Cosy reading nooks in the library, private alcoves in the smoking lounge, quiet corners where passengers could find solitude even amid the social whirl of shipboard life. But with luxury came complications. A ship like the Britannica attracted passengers who valued their privacy, who might have reasons of their own for preferring to remain unnoticed. Business dealings that required discretion, personal matters that demanded confidentiality, or simply the desire to escape the pressures of life on shore, all found refuge in the anonymous society of ocean travel. After breakfast, Poirot made his way to the purser's office, a small but efficiently organised space located on the main deck near the grand staircase. The office served as the administrative heart of the ship, where passenger concerns were addressed, mail was sorted, and the countless details of managing a floating city were coordinated with military precision. Mr. Henderson, the chief purser, was a man whose appearance suggested both competence and discretion. His uniform was immaculate, his manner professional but not unfriendly, and his eyes held the careful neutrality of someone accustomed to handling the requests and complaints of demanding passengers. When Poirot knocked gently on the open door, Henderson looked up from his ledgers with the practised smile of a man prepared to solve any reasonable problem. "Good morning, Monsieur Poirot. How may I be of service?" "A small matter of curiosity, if you would be so kind," Poirot began, his tone carefully casual. "I have heard mention among the passengers of cabin 47. There seems to be some confusion about its occupancy status." Henderson's professional composure flickered for just an instant, a momentary tightening around his eyes that suggested this was not the first inquiry he had received on the subject. He consulted his passenger manifest, running his finger down the neat columns of names and cabin numbers with the practised efficiency of someone who knew every entry by heart. "Cabin 47, he said finally, "is listed as unoccupied for this voyage. It was cleaned and prepared for service, of course, but no passenger was assigned to it. We occasionally carry empty cabins, particularly on crossings that aren't fully booked. It's not uncommon. And yet, Poirot observed gently, the stewards service it daily, as if it were occupied. Henderson's pause was almost imperceptible, but Poirot caught it nonetheless. The stewards follow their rounds according to established procedures. They service all cabins in their assigned sections, regardless of occupancy status. It ensures that the ship maintains its standards of cleanliness and readiness. It was a reasonable explanation, but something in Henderson's manner suggested there was more to the story. Poirot had spent enough years observing human nature to recognise the signs of someone choosing their words very carefully indeed. "Perhaps," Poirot suggested with his most disarming smile, "I might take a look at the cabin myself. Simple curiosity, you understand. I find myself with time on my hands, and puzzles have always fascinated me." Henderson hesitated, clearly weighing his options. Refusing such a request from a passenger of Poirot's standing would be difficult to justify, yet his reluctance was obvious. Finally, he reached for his keys with the air of a man making a decision he wasn't entirely comfortable with. "Of course, Monsieur Poirot, though I'm afraid you'll find it quite ordinary. Just an empty cabin, properly maintained but unoccupied." The walk to cabin 47 took them through corridors that showcased the ship's Art Deco elegance. The walls were panelled in warm wood, polished to a mirror shine that reflected the soft light from ornate sconces. Carpet runners in rich burgundy muffled their footsteps, and the air carried the subtle scent of lemon oil and fresh flowers from arrangements that were refreshed daily by the ship's staff. The first-class cabin section maintained an atmosphere of quiet luxury, designed to make passengers forget they were aboard a ship at all. The corridors were wide enough for comfortable passage, with alcoves containing chairs and small tables where passengers might pause for private conversation. Artwork adorned the walls, reproduction paintings and original watercolours that spoke of cultured taste and substantial investment in passenger comfort. Cabin 47 stood at the end of a corridor, its polished brass number gleaming against the dark wood of the door. From the outside it appeared identical to every other first-class cabin, substantial, well-maintained, and offering no hint of mystery. But as they approached, Poirot's sensitive nose detected something that made his step falter almost imperceptibly. Tobacco. Specifically, the rich, distinctive aroma of fine cigar smoke, so faint as to be almost imaginary, yet unmistakably present. It hung in the air like a ghost of luxury, a whisper of someone who appreciated the finer things in life. Henderson inserted his key into the lock with movements that seemed slightly reluctant. The mechanism turned with the well-oiled precision of quality hardware, and the door swung open to reveal an empty cabin, or rather, a cabin that appeared empty at first glance. The furnishings were standard for first-class accommodations. A comfortable bed with crisp white linens, a writing desk positioned near the porthole, a wardrobe of sufficient size for a gentleman's travelling wardrobe, and a private wash basin with all the appointments one might expect. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a warm glow across surfaces that showed no obvious signs of recent occupancy. But Poirot's trained eye caught details that spoke a different story. The bed, while made with military precision, showed the subtle impressions of someone who had slept there recently. The wash basin, though clean, held a single water glass positioned with the careful placement of someone who had used it, and then positioned it just so. Most tellingly, the cigar aroma was stronger here, lingering in the enclosed space like a signature written in smoke. "Most interesting," Poirot murmured, moving slowly through the cabin with the careful attention of someone reading a story written in the smallest of details. He approached the wardrobe and opened it carefully, revealing empty hangers, but also the faintest scent of expensive cologne. Something subtle and sophisticated, the sort of fragrance a gentleman of means might choose. Henderson watched nervously as Poirot examined the cabin, his professional composure beginning to show cracks. "As you can see, Monsieur Poirot, quite empty. Perhaps the tobacco scent you've noticed comes from a neighbouring cabin. Odours can travel in unexpected ways aboard ship." But Poirot was examining the porthole now, noting how its brass fittings had been adjusted recently. The screw threads showed fresh scratches that spoke of someone who had opened and closed it within the past day or two. Someone who had wanted fresh air, perhaps to clear away the evidence of their presence. "Tell me," Poirot said, turning back to Henderson with the air of someone making polite conversation. "When exactly was this cabin last inspected by ship's officers? Not the daily steward service, you understand, but a formal inspection." Henderson consulted a small notebook he produced from his uniform pocket, though Poirot suspected he already knew the answer. 3 days ago, when we departed Southampton. Standard procedure before departure. 3 days, which meant that for the entire voyage thus far, cabin 47 had been officially empty, while showing unmistakable signs of occupancy. Someone was using this cabin, but doing so in a way that avoided all official notice. The question was not just who, but why such elaborate secrecy was necessary. As they prepared to leave the cabin, Poirot's attention was caught by one final detail, a small indentation in the carpet near the desk, as if something heavy had rested their tempo. A trunk, perhaps, or a substantial piece of luggage, something that had been moved recently, leaving only the faintest impression in the thick pile of the carpet. "Most illuminating," Poirot said, as Henderson locked the door behind them. "I thank you for satisfying my curiosity, though I confess the mystery has only deepened." Henderson's relief at leaving the cabin was obvious, though he attempted to maintain his professional demeanour. "I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation, Monsieur Poirot. Ships can be full of odd quirks, you know. Sounds and scents can travel in unexpected ways." But as they walked back through the elegant corridors toward the main section of the ship, Poirot found himself thinking not about odd quirks, but about the careful precision with which someone was maintaining a presence aboard the Britannica while remaining officially invisible. The attention to detail was remarkable. The bed made just so, the glass positioned with care, even the porthole adjusted to manage the telltale aroma of expensive tobacco. This was not the work of a casual stowaway, or someone simply trying to avoid paying passage. This was the careful craft of someone who understood both the rhythms of shipboard life and the importance of leaving no traceable evidence of their presence. Someone who had reason to be aboard the ship, but equally compelling reasons to remain unnoticed. The morning sun climbed higher as Poirot made his way back to the promenade deck, where passengers were beginning to emerge for their daily constitutional. The Atlantic stretched endlessly in all directions, its surface broken only by the ship's wake and the occasional white cap that caught the light like scattered diamonds. Somewhere on this floating world of luxury and hidden secrets, a mystery passenger continued his careful game of hide-and-seek. But mysteries, Poirot reflected as he settled into a deck chair with his morning newspaper, were rather like puzzles. Once you understood the basic principles, the solution often revealed itself with surprising clarity. The challenge was learning to read the language in which the puzzle was written. And this particular puzzle, he was beginning to suspect, was written in the sophisticated vocabulary of international intrigue, where the stakes were considerably higher than a simple matter of unpaid passage. The day was warming nicely, and the ship's routine continued with the reassuring predictability that made ocean travel such a pleasant respite from the uncertainties of life on shore. But beneath that peaceful surface, Poirot sensed currents of mystery that ran as deep as the ocean itself. The afternoon sun had settled into that golden position, where it transformed the SS Britannica into a floating palace of light and shadow. From his position on the promenade deck, Hercule Poirot watched the interplay of brilliance and shade dance across the ship's pristine surfaces, each beam seeming to reveal new secrets hidden in plain sight. The detective had spent the morning digesting not only an excellent lunch of Dover sole and perfectly prepared vegetables, but also the curious discoveries from his examination of cabin 47. The cigar smoke that lingered like an aromatic ghost had become his primary clue, and Poirot understood that such evidence, ephemeral as it might seem, could lead to remarkably solid conclusions. Fine tobacco left traces that the trained nose could follow like a bloodhound following a scent, and Cuban cigars in particular had a distinctive character that set them apart from their lesser cousins. More importantly, they suggested a passenger of considerable means and sophisticated tastes, not someone who would choose such concealment lightly. After securing a detailed deck plan from the helpful Mr. Henderson in the purser's office, a request that had been granted with obvious reluctance, Poirot had begun what he privately termed his aromatic investigation. The ship's layout revealed itself to be a marvel of engineering efficiency, wrapped in luxurious appointments, with corridors that flowed like arteries through the vessel's body, connecting the various organs of shipboard life with elegant functionality. The first-class section occupied the ship's prime real estate, positioned to minimise the engine noise while maximising access to the finest amenities. The corridors here were wide enough for ladies in the full skirts that fashion demanded, carpeted in rich burgundy pile that muffled footsteps and conversation alike. Brass fittings gleamed with the attention of crew members who understood that luxury lay in details maintained to perfection, and the air carried the subtle scent of lemon oil, fresh flowers, and the indefinable atmosphere of quiet prosperity. Poirot had developed his tracking technique during his years with the Belgian police, though he had never imagined applying it to the rarefied atmosphere of transatlantic travel, comfortable with authority and accustomed to having his opinions respected. Most intriguingly, he was smoking a cigar that, even from a distance, Poirot could identify as Cuban by its distinctive aroma and the particular quality of smoke it produced. The gentleman noticed Poirot's attention and nodded politely, the sort of acknowledgement that passed between passengers who recognised each other without necessarily having been formally introduced. Poirot returned the nod and decided that a more direct approach might be warranted. "A beautiful afternoon for ocean travel," Poirot observed, as he moved to a chair closer to the gentleman, settling himself with the deliberate comfort of someone prepared for extended conversation. "Indeed it is," the gentleman replied, his accent carrying the cultured tones of someone educated at the finest British institutions. "Though I must confess, I find myself preferring the ship's more intimate spaces to the crowds on the upper decks. Too much fresh air can be overwhelming after the comforts of civilization." Poirot smiled at this sentiment, which struck him as both humorous and revealing. "I could not agree more, and I notice you have excellent taste in tobacco. Cuban, if I am not mistaken." The gentleman's eyes showed a flicker of something, surprise, perhaps, or wariness, before settling back into polite interest. "You have a discerning nose, monsieur?" "Poirot, Hercule Poirot, and you are quite correct about my nose. It is something of a professional necessity in my line of work." "Ah, the famous detective. I had heard you were aboard, though I hadn't had the pleasure of an introduction. I am Sir Reginald Pemberton. Perhaps you know my wife, Lady Pemberton. She mentioned making your acquaintance at dinner last evening." Indeed, Poirot did remember Lady Pemberton, the formidable aristocrat who had been present during Mrs. Carmichael's initial exposition of the Cabin 47 mystery. The connection was interesting, though not necessarily significant. The first-class passenger list was relatively small, and social connections were inevitable. "Your wife is a delightful conversationalist," Poirot replied diplomatically. "And yes, Cuban tobacco does have a most distinctive character. I notice it particularly because it is relatively uncommon aboard ship, despite the general excellence of the smoking lounge's selections." Sir Reginald drew thoughtfully on his cigar, the smoke curling upward in elegant spirals that caught the afternoon light streaming through the lounge's windows. "True enough, I brought my own supply, a small indulgence I allow myself during ocean crossings. There's something about the combination of fine tobacco and sea air that creates a rather unique experience." The conversation continued in this vein for several minutes, touching on the pleasures of travel, the excellence of the ship's appointments, and the general satisfaction of life aboard a luxury liner. But Poirot's detective instincts were cataloguing details that went beyond mere social pleasantries. Sir Reginald's clothes, while impeccable, showed signs of more wear than one might expect from someone travelling in first-class luxury. His shoes, though polished to perfection, had been resoled recently and showed the kind of creasing that came from extensive walking. Most tellingly, his hands, though well manicured, bore the subtle calluses of someone who had done physical work at some point in his recent past. These observations painted a picture that didn't quite align with Sir Reginald's presentation as a gentleman of leisure enjoying a comfortable crossing. They suggested instead someone who had been through experiences that required adaptation and resourcefulness, qualities that might also extend to finding creative solutions to problems such as maintaining a presence aboard ship while avoiding official detection. After perhaps 20 minutes of conversation, Poirot excused himself with the polite phrases appropriate to shipboard acquaintances, but not before noting that Sir Reginald's cigar had burned down to a length that would require replacement within the next few minutes. If the baronet was indeed connected to the mysterious occupant of cabin 47, his smoking habits might provide additional clues about the timing and pattern of the nightly appearances. Leaving the smoking lounge, Poirot continued his aromatic investigation through other areas of the ship, where the cigar trail seemed to lead. The library, with its walls of leather-bound volumes and comfortable reading chairs positioned to catch the best light, showed traces of the distinctive tobacco, though faint ones. The observation deck, where passengers gathered to watch the endless procession of waves and sky, carried similar hints, particularly near the railing where someone might have stood to enjoy both tobacco and the ocean breeze. But it was in the ship's more utilitarian areas that Poirot made his most interesting discoveries. The trail led him down a deck to the service corridors used primarily by crew members, areas where passengers rarely ventured, and where someone might move without attracting attention. Here, the scent was stronger and fresher, suggesting recent passage by someone carrying or smoking Cuban tobacco. The service corridors revealed a different aspect of the ship's character, one hidden from the passengers who experienced only the luxury of the public spaces. Here, the appointments were functional rather than decorative, painted steel walls instead of wood panelling, practical lighting instead of elegant sconces, and floors designed for durability rather than comfort. Yet even these utilitarian spaces showed the attention to detail that marked a well-run vessel. They were clean, well-maintained, and organised with military precision. Following the scent trail through these corridors required considerable stealth, as Poirot had no desire to explain his presence to crew members, who might quite reasonably wonder what a first-class passenger was doing in areas normally off-limits to civilians. Fortunately, his years of police work had taught him the art of moving quietly and observing without being observed, skills that proved surprisingly applicable to the maritime environment. The trail led him through a maze of service passages, past the crew quarters, and the various storage areas that kept the ship functioning smoothly. It wound through areas where the constant vibration of the engines was more noticeable, where the sound of the ocean against the hull created a deeper, more primitive rhythm than what passengers experienced in their insulated cabins. These were the ship's working spaces, where the romance of ocean travel gave way to the practical business of moving a floating city across thousands of miles of open water. Eventually, the trail brought him to an area near the ship's wireless room, where the most sensitive communications equipment was housed. This was a restricted area, accessible only to authorized personnel and those passengers who had specific business with the ship's communications officer. The presence of the cigar trail here was particularly intriguing, as it suggested someone who either had legitimate access to this sensitive area, or had found a way to gain unauthorized entry. The wireless room itself was a temple to modern technology, filled with equipment that represented the cutting edge of 1930s communications. Banks of radio apparatus hummed and sparked with a mysterious energy that connected the ship to the wider world, carrying messages that might range from routine business communications to urgent diplomatic dispatches. The operators who worked here were specialists in their field, trained to handle everything from personal telegrams to emergency communications with other vessels. But Poirot's investigation was interrupted by the appearance of Mr. Thompson, the chief wireless operator, who emerged from the radio room with the brisk efficiency of someone accustomed to dealing with unauthorized visitors. "I'm sorry, sir, but this area is restricted to passengers without specific authorization," Thompson said, his tone polite but firm. He was a man of perhaps 40, with the pale complexion of someone who spent most of his time indoors working with delicate electronic equipment. His uniform was impeccable, and his bearing suggested someone who took his responsibilities seriously. "Of course," Poirot replied smoothly. "I was simply exploring the ship's architecture." Most impressive, the way everything is organised with such efficiency. I had no intention of intruding on your work." Thompson's expression softened slightly at this diplomatic response. "The ship is quite remarkable from an engineering standpoint. If you're interested in a tour of the public areas, I'd be happy to arrange something with the purser's office." As Poirot made his polite retreat, he noted that the cigar trail seemed to continue past the wireless room area, leading towards sections of the ship that were even more restricted. This suggested either someone with extraordinary access privileges or someone who had developed remarkable skill at moving through areas where they were not supposed to be. The afternoon was drawing toward evening as Poirot made his way back to the passenger areas, his mind working to process the information his investigation had revealed. The cigar trail painted a picture of someone who moved through the ship with considerable freedom, accessing areas that required either official authorization or exceptional stealth. This was not the behavior of a simple passenger seeking privacy, but rather someone engaged in activities that demanded both sophisticated planning and intimate knowledge of the ship's layout. The smoking lounge had filled with the pre-dinner crowd by the time Poirot returned, the atmosphere now rich with the mingled aromas of various tobaccos and the gentle buzz of conversation.
The transition from afternoon leisure to evening entertainment. Sir Reginald Pemberton was no longer present, having presumably moved on to prepare for the evening's social obligations. But as Poirot settled into his preferred chair near the windows, where he could observe both the lounge's occupants and the endless expanse of ocean beyond, he found himself thinking not about what he had discovered, but about what remained hidden. The cigar trail had revealed a pattern of movement that suggested purpose and planning, but it had not yet revealed the purpose itself. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for investigation, and Poirot suspected that the mystery passenger would continue his careful game of concealment. But mysteries, the detective reflected, as he accepted a perfectly prepared whiskey and soda from the attentive steward, had a way of revealing themselves to those patient enough to observe and intelligent enough to understand what their observations meant. The evening light was beginning to paint the ocean in shades of gold and rose, and somewhere in the gathering dusk, the silent passenger was no doubt preparing for another night of carefully orchestrated invisibility. But invisibility, Poirot knew, was ultimately an illusion. Everyone left traces of their passage, and those traces, properly interpreted, could reveal more than their creators ever intended. Dawn broke over the Atlantic with the gentle insistence of a whispered secret, painting the endless waters in shades of pearl and amber that seemed to stretch beyond the boundaries of imagination. Hercule Poirot stood at his cabin porthole, watching the sun emerge from its nightly rest with the same methodical precision he applied to his morning routine. The detective had spent much of the night in contemplation, his mind working through the puzzle pieces he had gathered during his aromatic investigation, arranging and rearranging them like a chess master studying a particularly complex position. The revelation that had come to him in the small hours, as the ship rocked gently through calm seas, was both simple and profound. The most effective disguise was often no disguise at all. Instead of hiding behind false mustaches or elaborate costumes, the truly sophisticated practitioner of concealment understood that the best place to disappear was often in plain sight, among the very people who might be searching for you. This morning, Poirot approached his investigation with renewed purpose and a refined methodology. Rather than seeking someone who was actively hiding, he would look for someone who was hiding by the very act of being visible, someone whose apparent normalcy was itself a carefully constructed facade. The psychology of such concealment required not only nerve and intelligence, but an intimate understanding of human nature itself. The breakfast service aboard the SS Britannica had settled into its familiar rhythm, a daily symphony of silver against china, the gentle murmur of morning conversation, and the soft rustle of newspapers carrying yesterday's news from a world that seemed increasingly distant with each mile of ocean they crossed. Poirot took his customary table by the windows, where the morning light provided excellent illumination for observation, while the position offered clear sight lines to most of the dining salon. This morning, however, he observed his fellow passengers with the intensity of a naturalist studying a particularly interesting species. Each person became a potential subject for analysis, their behavior scrutinized for the telltale signs of someone maintaining a performance rather than simply being themselves. The art of such observation lay not in looking for obvious anomalies, but in detecting the subtle tensions that arose when someone was playing a role rather than living authentically. Mrs. Carmichael entered the salon with her usual theatrical flourish, her silk dress rustling like autumn leaves as she made her way to her preferred table near the center of the room. Her morning routine was as predictable as the sunrise itself. A single cup of coffee, black, with 2 pieces of toast precisely cut into triangles, and the morning edition of whatever newspaper the wireless had managed to reproduce overnight. She was, Poirot reflected, exactly what she appeared to be, a wealthy widow from Chicago enjoying the luxury of transatlantic travel while indulging her considerable appetite for social intrigue. Lady Pemberton arrived shortly after, her aristocratic bearing unchanged by sleep or morning ablutions. Her manner suggested someone who had been born to command respect and had never encountered a situation that required her to question that assumption. She nodded politely to various acquaintances, selected her breakfast with the decisive efficiency of someone accustomed to making choices quickly and sticking with them, and settled into conversation with the sort of easy confidence that comes from a lifetime. But it was Sir Reginald Pemberton who drew Poirot's most careful attention. The baronet entered the salon with the measured pace of someone who was neither early nor late, but precisely on time according to some internal schedule. His greeting to his wife carried the comfortable affection of a long marriage, but there was something in his posture that suggested a man carrying invisible burdens, weights that required constant attention to balance properly. Poirot had spent considerable time during the night analyzing his conversation with Sir Reginald in the smoking lounge, dissecting not just the words that had been spoken, but the subtle currents of meaning that had flowed beneath the surface of their polite exchange. The baronet's responses had been perfectly appropriate, his manner impeccably correct, his knowledge of social forms absolutely flawless. And yet, there had been something about the performance, for performance it surely was, that suggested an actor who knew his lines perhaps too well. The detective's years of experience had taught him that genuine aristocratic behavior carried with it a certain carelessness, an assumption of privilege so deep-rooted that it required no conscious effort to maintain. True nobility moved through the world with the unconscious grace of someone who had never questioned their right to occupy whatever space they chose. But Sir Reginald's bearing, while correct in every particular, carried the subtle tension of someone who was thinking about each gesture, monitoring each word, maintaining a careful construction rather than simply being. This observation led Poirot to a fascinating possibility. What if Sir Reginald Pemberton was not exactly who he claimed to be? Not necessarily an imposter in the dramatic sense of someone assuming a completely false identity, but rather someone who was using a legitimate identity in circumstances that required careful management. The distinction was subtle but crucial, the difference between wearing a mask and wearing one's own face while carefully controlling what it revealed. As breakfast continued around him, Poirot began to notice other details that supported this theory. Sir Reginald's clothes, while perfectly appropriate for a gentleman of his supposed station, showed the subtle signs of having been selected and maintained with more care than someone of genuine inherited wealth might typically exercise. His shoes, though polished to perfection, were of excellent quality, but not the bespoke craftsmanship that someone born to privilege might take for granted. His watch, visible when he reached for his coffee cup, was a fine timepiece, but not the sort of heirloom that might be passed down through generations of titled families. Most tellingly, Sir Reginald's conversation, while perfectly informed on the topics one might expect an aristocrat to discuss, seemed to draw from knowledge that had been carefully acquired rather than absorbed through a lifetime of privilege. When he spoke of hunting, it was with the precision of someone who had studied the subject rather than the casual expertise of someone who had grown up with hounds and horses. When he mentioned various country estates, his familiarity seemed more geographic than personal, as if he knew them from maps and photographs rather than weekend visits. But perhaps the most revealing detail was the way Sir Reginald's eyes moved when he thought no one was observing him. During conversations, his attention was perfectly focused, his responses appropriately timed, his interest apparently genuine. But in the moments between social interactions, when he assumed himself unobserved, his gaze had the calculating quality of someone constantly assessing his environment, monitoring for potential threats or opportunities. It was the look of someone who understood that vigilance was the price of whatever game he was playing. The morning progressed with the peaceful predictability that made ocean travel such a balm for frazzled nerves. Passengers moved through their established routines, constitutional walks on the promenade deck, visits to the library for quiet reading, correspondence written at elegant writing desks that transformed even routine business communications into something approaching literature. The ship's crew maintained their invisible efficiency, ensuring that luxury appeared effortless while requiring enormous coordination behind the scenes. Poirot spent the late morning in the ship's library, a sanctuary of leather-bound volumes and comfortable reading chairs that represented civilization's triumph over the chaos of wind and wave. The library aboard the Britannica was more than simply a collection of books. It was a carefully curated selection designed to appeal to the sophisticated tastes of transatlantic travelers. Classic literature stood alongside contemporary works, scientific treatises neighbored philosophical texts,
and current periodicals from both sides of the Atlantic provided windows into the rapidly changing world of the 1930s. The atmosphere in the library was one of scholarly quiet, broken only by the gentle whisper of turning pages and the occasional soft footfall of someone moving between the stacks. Morning light streamed through tall windows, creating pools of golden illumination where dust motes danced like tiny spirits celebrating the simple pleasure of existence. The leather chairs were positioned to take advantage of this natural lighting, while discreet electric lamps provided additional illumination for those who preferred the evening hours for reading. It was here that Poirot made his next significant observation. Sir Reginald had entered the library with the casual air of someone seeking merely to pass time with pleasant reading, but his selection of materials told a different story. Rather than choosing the sort of light literature or current affairs that might appeal to a gentleman of leisure, he had gravitated toward technical publications, shipping schedules, maritime law journals, and most intriguingly, a detailed analysis of international trade agreements that had been published by a London think tank specialising in European economic policy. These were not the reading choices of someone seeking entertainment or casual education. They suggested instead someone who needed to understand the complex web of international commerce that governed the movement of goods, money and information across national boundaries. More specifically, they suggested someone who understood that knowledge was power and that in the rapidly changing world of the 1930s, information itself had become a commodity as valuable as gold or steel. Poirot positioned himself where he could observe Sir Reginald's reading habits without appearing to do so, a skill that required the patience of a chess master and the subtlety of a diplomat. What he observed was revealing in its intensity. Sir Reginald did not simply read these technical documents. He studied them with the focused attention of someone who understood that his life might depend on mastering their contents. He took no notes. That would have been too obvious. But his reading pattern suggested someone who was memorizing key details, storing information that might prove crucial at some future moment. The psychological implications were fascinating. Someone engaged in legitimate business affairs might certainly need to understand shipping schedules and trade agreements, but they would typically have access to such information through normal commercial channels. The need to study such materials while maintaining the appearance of casual leisure suggested someone who was operating outside normal business structures, someone who had to acquire information through indirect means, because direct inquiries might attract unwanted attention. As the morning drew toward noon, Poirot's attention was drawn to another detail that seemed insignificant, but might prove crucial. Sir Reginald had been reading for nearly 2 hours when he was approached by one of the ship's stewards carrying a message on the distinctive cream-coloured stationery used for official ship communications. The steward's manner was deferential but not obsequious, suggesting that the message was routine rather than urgent. But Sir Reginald's reaction to receiving the message was anything but routine. For just an instant before his trained composure reasserted itself, his face showed something approaching alarm. The emotion passed so quickly that anyone not specifically watching for such reactions might have missed it entirely, but Poirot's detective instincts caught the fleeting expression and filed it away for future analysis. Sir Reginald opened the message with hands that were perfectly steady, read its contents with the same calm attention he had applied to his technical reading, and then folded the paper with precise movements that suggested someone accustomed to handling sensitive documents. But throughout this process, Poirot could see the subtle signs of a man whose mind was racing, even as his exterior remained calm. The message itself was presumably disposed of in some appropriate manner, but its effect on Sir Reginald was lasting. For the remainder of his time in the library, his reading became more focused, more urgent, as if the message had confirmed something he had suspected or provided information that required immediate action. When he finally rose to leave, his movements carried the controlled haste of someone who had somewhere important to be, though he maintained the casual pace appropriate to a gentleman of leisure. Poirot remained in the library for another hour, ostensibly absorbed in a fascinating account of archaeological discoveries in Egypt, but actually considering the implications of what he had observed. The pattern that was emerging suggested someone who was using his legitimate presence, the ship, to conduct activities that were anything but routine. The combination of technical knowledge gathering, careful message handling, and the underlying tension that seemed to drive Sir Reginald's every action painted a picture of someone engaged in what could only be described as espionage. The 1930s were, Poirot reflected, a time when the boundaries between nations were becoming increasingly fluid, when political tensions were creating opportunities for those who understood how to profit from information. The great ocean liners served not only as transportation, but as neutral meeting grounds where individuals from different countries could encounter each other without the formal protocols that govern diplomatic relations on land. In such an environment, someone with the right connections and the necessary skills could operate with considerable freedom, particularly if they understood how to blend into the legitimate passenger population. But espionage, even at its most sophisticated level, ultimately depended on the movement of information from one place to another. Documents had to be acquired, copied, and transmitted. Messages had to be received and decoded. Physical evidence had to be hidden and protected. All of these activities required not just skill and courage, but access to the right facilities and the ability to move freely without attracting suspicion. The connection between Sir Reginald's behaviour and the mystery of Cabin 47 was beginning to form in Poirot's mind like a photograph developing in a dark room. If Sir Reginald was indeed engaged in espionage activities, he would need a secure base of operations aboard the ship, somewhere he could work without interruption and store materials without discovery. An officially unoccupied cabin would provide exactly such a facility, particularly if he had found a way to access it without leaving traces in the ship's official records. The technical knowledge Sir Reginald was acquiring through his library research would be essential for understanding how such a scheme might work. Shipping schedules would tell him when the ship would be in communication with shore stations, when wireless traffic would be heaviest, and when his own transmissions might be hidden among the normal commercial traffic. Maritime law would explain the jurisdictional complexities that governed activities aboard ships in international waters. Trade agreements would provide the framework for understanding how information might be valued and transmitted between interested parties. As Poirot made his way from the library toward the dining salon for lunch, he found himself thinking about the psychology of someone who would undertake such a complex deception. It required not just technical skill and careful planning, but the kind of steady nerves that could maintain a performance under constant scrutiny. Sir Reginald had demonstrated all of these qualities, but he had also shown something else, the underlying tension of someone who understood that discovery would mean more than simple embarrassment. The lunch crowd in the dining salon provided perfect cover for continued observation. The midday meal aboard the Britannica was a more casual affair than dinner, with passengers free to come and go according to their own schedules rather than the formal seating arrangements that governed evening dining. This flexibility created opportunities for the kind of impromptu conversations and chance encounters that could reveal more about someone's true character than hours of formal social interaction. Sir Reginald and Lady Pemberton were seated at their usual table, engaged in the sort of comfortable married conversation that suggested years of shared experience and mutual understanding. But Poirot noticed that Sir Reginald's attention was not entirely focused on his wife's discourse about the morning's social gossip. Instead, his eyes periodically swept the dining salon with the systematic attention of someone conducting surveillance, monitoring the location and activities of specific individuals with the precision of a military scout. This behaviour pattern continued throughout the meal, with Sir Reginald maintaining his role as an attentive husband, while simultaneously conducting what could only be described as intelligence gathering. He seemed particularly interested in the movements of certain passengers, the gentleman who had been conducting business correspondence in the smoking lounge, the lady who spent most of her time in intense conversation with the ship's wireless operator, and most intriguingly, the middle-aged man who'd been observed making frequent trips to the restricted areas near the ship's communication equipment. As lunch concluded and passengers began to disperse for their afternoon activities, Poirot made a decision that would have seemed reckless to anyone unfamiliar with his methods. Rather than continuing his passive observation, he would engage Sir Reginald in direct conversation, using the detective's own considerable skills at psychological manipulation to draw out information that mere watching could never reveal. The opportunity presented itself on the promenade deck, where Sir Reginald had gone for what appeared to be his regular post-lunch constitutional. The afternoon sun had transformed the ocean into a canvas of brilliant blues and silvers, while a gentle breeze carried the salt-sweet scent of endless water toward the horizon. It was the sort of day that made ocean travel seem like humanity's greatest achievement, a triumph of engineering and luxury that reduced the Atlantic to a pleasant afternoon stroll. Sir Reginald, Poirot called out with the cheerful informality appropriate to chance shipboard encounters. What a magnificent afternoon for appreciating the ocean's grandeur. The baronet turned with the smooth grace of someone who was never truly surprised by anything, though Poirot caught the momentary calculation in his eyes before the social mask slipped perfectly into place. Indeed, Monsieur Poirot, the Atlantic has been remarkably cooperative for our crossing. One could almost forget that we're dealing with one of nature's most unpredictable forces. It was, Poirot reflected, a fascinating choice of words from someone who was himself dealing with unpredictable forces of a rather different nature. The afternoon conversation between Poirot and Sir Reginald on the promenade deck had proceeded with the careful politeness of two chess masters studying each other's opening moves. What had begun as casual shipboard pleasantries had gradually evolved into something more complex, a verbal dance where each participant sought to learn without revealing, to probe without appearing to do so. The detective had found himself impressed by Sir Reginald's skill at deflection, his ability to answer questions thoroughly, while somehow managing to convey no actual information of significance. But as evening approached and the first wisps of cloud began to gather on the western horizon, the atmosphere aboard the S. Britannica began to shift in ways that had nothing to do with human intrigue. The ship's officers, with the practiced efficiency of men who had spent their lives reading the ocean's moods, noted the subtle changes in wind direction and the particular quality of light that suggested weather moving in from the Atlantic's vast reaches. By dinner time, passengers who were sensitive to such things could feel the first gentle increase in the ship's motion, the barely perceptible change in rhythm that suggested the sea was beginning to assert its ancient authority. Captain Morrison, a man whose 40 years of maritime experience had taught him to respect the ocean's power while never fearing it unnecessarily, made his customary appearance in the first-class dining salon during the evening meal. His presence was both reassuring and informative. Passengers had learned to read the subtle signals in his bearing that indicated whether the ship faced routine weather or something more challenging. Tonight, his manner suggested prudent caution rather than alarm, the approach of weather that would require attention but not emergency measures. "We're expecting some rough seas overnight," the captain announced during his brief address to the dining salon, his voice carrying the calm authority that had made him one of the most respected officers in the transatlantic service. Nothing beyond what the Britannica was designed to handle, but those sensitive to motion might find the evening more comfortable in their cabins. The ship's staff will secure all loose items, and we recommend that passengers do likewise in their personal quarters. Poirot had experienced enough ocean crossings to understand the difference between routine precautions and genuine concern, and Captain Morrison's announcement fell clearly into the former category. Still, the detective found himself thinking about how changing weather might affect the activities of someone who was using the ship's corridors and restricted areas for purposes that required secrecy. Rough seas would mean fewer passengers moving about the ship during the night hours, but they would also mean increased vigilance from the crew members responsible for the vessel's safety. The dining salon's atmosphere that evening carried an undercurrent of anticipation that had nothing to do with the approaching weather. Conversation seemed more animated than usual, as if passengers were unconsciously responding to the energy that preceded significant atmospheric disturbances. Laughter rang out more frequently, voices carried further, and the normal reserve of transatlantic travel seemed to relax in the face of shared adventure. Sir Reginald and Lady Pemberton dined at their customary table, but Poirot noticed that the baronet's attention seemed more focused than usual on the room's social dynamics. His conversation with his wife appeared perfectly normal, but his eyes continued their systematic surveillance of the other passengers, particularly those whose movements might indicate access to restricted areas or unusual knowledge of the ship's operations. As the evening progressed and the ship's motion became more pronounced, passengers began to disperse earlier than usual. Some retired directly to their cabins, seeking the stability that horizontal rest could provide when the ocean began to assert its authority. Others gathered in the more sheltered lounges, where the ship's motion was less noticeable and conversation could continue without the distraction of trying to maintain balance while standing. Poirot chose to remain in the smoking lounge after dinner, positioning himself where he could observe the gradual exodus of passengers while enjoying the room's atmosphere of masculine comfort. The lounge's leather chairs and heavy furnishings provided a sense of stability, even as the ship began to roll more noticeably with each passing hour. The conversation here had turned, perhaps inevitably, to sea stories, tales of previous crossings, dramatic encounters with Atlantic storms, and the sort of maritime adventures that seemed both thrilling and safely distant when recounted in comfortable surroundings. But the detective's attention was focused less on these entertaining narratives than on the behaviour of specific individuals who seemed unaffected by the increasing motion. Sir Reginald had appeared briefly in the lounge, ostensibly to enjoy a post-dinner brandy, but his presence had been too calculated, his attention too systematic to suggest genuine leisure. He had positioned himself where he could observe both the room's occupants and the corridor beyond, monitoring the movement patterns of late evening travellers with the focus of someone conducting professional surveillance. By 10 o'clock the ship's motion had increased to the point where walking required careful attention to balance and timing. The Britannica rode the swells with the steady grace of a well-designed vessel, but her passengers could feel the ocean's growing energy in the way furniture creaked, in the subtle variations in the angle of floors and walls, and in the changing patterns of light from the electric fixtures that swayed gently with each roll. It was at this point that Poirot made his decision to conduct what he privately termed a storm reconnaissance, an investigation that would take advantage of the reduced passenger activity to explore areas of the ship that might normally be too risky to examine. The increasing weather provided perfect cover for someone who needed to move through restricted areas, as crew members would be focused on their storm preparations rather than watching for unauthorized visitors. Leaving the smoking lounge with the casual air of someone retiring for the evening, Poirot instead made his way toward the service corridors where his previous investigation had detected traces of Cuban cigar smoke. The ship's motion was more noticeable in these utilitarian spaces, where the lack of luxury furnishings meant that passengers felt more directly connected to the ocean's energy. Handholds had been installed along the walls for exactly such conditions, and Poirot found himself grateful for their solid presence as he navigated corridors that seemed to shift and sway with each wave. The service area showed clear signs of storm preparation. Loose equipment had been secured, doors had been latched with extra care, and the ship's crew moved through their duties with the focused efficiency of professionals dealing with familiar challenges. But it was precisely this atmosphere of routine emergency preparation that made Poirot's presence less conspicuous. in conditions where everyone was moving with unusual purpose, one more figure navigating the corridors with determined intent attracted little attention. Following the route his previous investigation had mapped out, Poirot made his way toward the areas near the wireless room where the cigar trail had led him. The increasing motion made the journey more challenging than his earlier exploration, but it also provided acoustic cover. The ship's creaking and the sound of water against the hull masked the small noises that movement inevitably created. As he approached the restricted communications area, Poirot became aware of activity that seemed inconsistent with the normal storm preparations. Through a partially open service door, he could see someone moving in the wireless room itself, but the figure's actions seemed focused on the equipment rather than on securing it against the storm's effects. More intriguingly, the person's movements had the careful precision of someone who understood exactly what they were doing, who was following a predetermined plan rather than responding to immediate circumstances. The detective positioned himself where he could observe, without being detected, a skill that required both patience and the ability to remain motionless despite the ship's increasing motion. What he saw confirmed his growing suspicions about the true nature of the activities being conducted aboard the Britannica. The figure in the wireless room, whose identity was obscured by the shadows and the angle of observation, was clearly operating radio equipment with professional competence, sending what appeared to be coded transmissions that had nothing to do with the ship's official communications. The transmissions themselves were brief and seemed to follow a predetermined schedule, suggesting that they were part of a larger communication network that used the ship's transatlantic crossing as a mobile platform for intelligence gathering and distribution. The operator's movements showed familiarity with both the equipment and the procedures, indicating someone who had either received professional training or had extensive experience with clandestine communications. But Poirot's observation was interrupted by the arrival of someone else in the corridor, a figure who moved with the confident stealth of someone who belonged in these restricted areas. Even in the limited light and challenging conditions, the detective recognised the bearing and movement patterns of Sir Reginald Pemberton, though the baronet's appearance had been subtly altered in ways that suggested preparation for activities that required concealment. Sir Reginald had abandoned the perfectly groomed appearance he maintained in passenger areas, adopting instead the practical dress of someone who needed to move quickly and efficiently through the ship's working spaces. His clothes were darker, his movements more purposeful, and his entire demeanour had shifted from that of a gentleman of leisure to someone engaged in urgent professional activity. The transformation was remarkable not just in its completeness, but in its implications. Sir Reginald's change in appearance and behaviour confirmed that his identity as a conventional passenger was indeed an elaborate construction, a cover story that allowed him to conduct very different activities under the protection of legitimate civilian status. But more than that, his presence in the wireless room area during storm conditions suggested that whatever he was planning required both the cover of reduced surveillance and access to communication equipment. As Poirot watched from his concealed position, Sir Reginald entered the wireless room with the familiarity of someone who had been there many times before. His interaction with the radio operator, whose identity remained unclear in the uncertain light, was brief and professional, suggesting an established working relationship rather than a chance encounter. Documents were exchanged, equipment was operated with practiced efficiency, and the entire transaction was completed with the speed of professionals who understood that time was a critical factor. But then the evening took a dramatic turn that transformed observation into action. As Sir Reginald prepared to leave the wireless room, some instinct, perhaps the detective sense that had served him throughout his career, caused him to pause and scan the surrounding area with systematic attention. The pause lasted only seconds, but it was enough for his eyes to find Poirot's hiding place, enough for recognition to flash between the two men across the shadows of the service corridor. For a moment that seemed to stretch like elastic. Neither man moved. Sir Reginald's face showed the calculating expression of someone rapidly weighing options, while Poirot remained perfectly still, understanding that the next few seconds would determine whether this encounter would end in explanation or confrontation. The decision, when it came, was swift and decisive. Sir Reginald moved not toward Poirot for conversation, but away from him with the rapid purpose of someone whose plans had been discovered and who understood that escape was now the primary objective. His movement through the service corridor showed intimate knowledge of the ship's layout, but also the urgency of someone who recognized that his carefully constructed cover had been irreparably compromised. Poirot's response was equally swift, though complicated by the ship's increasingly violent motion as the storm began to assert its full authority over the Atlantic. The pursuit that followed would require not just determination and intelligence, but the physical courage to navigate a ship that was beginning to fight seriously with the ocean's power. The chase led through corridors that seemed to shift and buckle with each wave, past equipment that groaned and rattled with the strain of forces that reminded everyone aboard that they were ultimately guests in an environment that could turn hostile without warning. Sir Reginald's escape route showed professional planning. He moved through areas where his passage would be least likely to attract attention, using service passages and crew areas that most passengers never saw. But as they climbed toward the upper decks, the ship's motion became increasingly violent, and the sound of wind and water grew from a distant whisper to an immediate roar. Through portholes and occasional glimpses of the outside world, Poirot could see that the storm had arrived, with the full drama that only the Atlantic could provide. Waves that had been gentle swells during the afternoon had transformed into moving mountains of water that lifted the ship and then dropped it, with forces that tested every rivet and weld in her construction. The pursuit led finally to the outer decks, where the storm's full fury was immediately apparent. Wind that had been a gentle breeze hours earlier now shrieked through the rigging with voices that seemed almost alive, while waves crashed against the ship's hull with impacts that shook the entire vessel. Rain driven by the wind struck like bullets, and the air itself seemed to move with malevolent purpose. On deck, the storm transformed the elegant luxury liner into something primal, a contest between human engineering and nature's raw power. The deck lights, which had provided gentle illumination for evening strolls during calm weather, now swayed wildly in the wind, casting moving shadows that made every surface treacherous and every step uncertain. Sir Reginald's flight across the storm-lashed deck showed both desperation and skill. He moved with the balance of someone accustomed to challenging physical conditions, using the ship's fixtures and fittings to maintain stability while the deck pitched and rolled beneath his feet. But his route was clearly leading toward a specific destination, not random flight, but movement towards some predetermined escape plan that required access to the ship's outer reaches. Poirot followed with the determination of someone who understood that this moment represented the culmination of his investigation, the point where careful observation and patient deduction would either be vindicated or rendered meaningless. The physical challenge of maintaining pursuit in storm conditions tested not just his balance and courage, but his commitment to seeing the mystery through to its conclusion regardless of personal risk. The storm had transformed the ship's elegant promenades into a battlefield where every step required careful calculation and every handhold became precious. The wind carried spray that stung like ice, while the deck's motion made walking feel like a continuous exercise in controlled falling. But both pursuer and pursued understood that this dramatic chase was merely the physical manifestation of a more complex game that had been playing out in shadows and whispers since the voyage began. As they moved toward the ship's stern, where the storm's effects were amplified by the vessel's motion through the waves, Poirot could see that Sir Reginald's escape route was leading toward equipment that might provide access to the ship's lifeboats or emergency communication devices. The implications were sobering. This was not simply the flight of someone caught in an embarrassing deception, but the desperate action of someone whose mission was important enough to risk everything, rather than submit to capture and questioning. The storm reached its crescendo as both men approached a section of the deck where a single electric lamp, protected by a heavy glass housing, provided the only illumination in a world gone mad with wind and water. The lamp swayed violently with each gust, casting wild shadows that made the deck seem to writhe like something alive, while the sound of waves crashing far below provided a constant reminder of the forces that surrounded them. It was here, under this flickering beacon in the midst of nature's fury, that the final confrontation would take place, where months of careful planning and patient investigation would reach their climax in a test of will and determination that would determine not just the fate of individuals, but potentially the security of nations in a world growing increasingly unstable with each passing day. Under the storm-battered lamp that swayed like a pendulum marking time in a world gone mad, Hercule Poirot and the man he had known as Sir Reginald Pemberton faced each other across a deck that pitched and rolled with the fury of an Atlantic tempest at its peak. The electric bulb, protected by its heavy glass housing, cast wild shadows that danced and writhed with each gust of wind, transforming the familiar contours of the ship's deck into an alien landscape where every surface seemed treacherous and every shadow held potential danger. The rain came not in drops but in sheets, driven by winds that howled through the rigging with voices that seemed almost human in their intensity. The deck beneath their feet was slick with spray and rain, while the ship's motion had become so violent that maintaining balance required constant attention and the use of every available handhold. Far below, waves crashed against the Britannica's hull with impacts that shook the entire vessel, each collision a reminder of the vast forces that surrounded their small island of civilization in the midst of oceanic chaos. Sir Reginald, or whoever he truly was, had been cornered not by Poirot's pursuit alone, but by the convergence of circumstances that left him no viable escape route. Behind him lay the ship's stern, where lifeboats swung in their davits like caged birds desperate for freedom, while the storm made any attempt to launch such craft an act of suicide rather than salvation. To his sides, the deck rails offered only the dubious refuge of a leap into waters that would claim a man's life within minutes of contact. And before him stood the Belgian detective, whose small stature was deceptive in its apparent harmlessness, but whose reputation for tenacious pursuit was known throughout the circles where such things mattered. "Monsieur Poirot," the man called out over the storm's roar, his voice carrying clearly despite the wind because of the trained projection of someone accustomed to making himself heard in challenging circumstances. "I must confess, I had hoped our association might remain on the level of pleasant shipboard acquaintanceship. You have forced me to reveal aspects of myself that I would have preferred to keep private." The detective studied his quarry with the careful attention of someone who understood that this moment represented the culmination of everything his investigation had uncovered. The transformation in Sir Reginald's bearing was complete now. Gone was the slightly nervous precision of aristocratic mannerisms, replaced by the confident stance of someone comfortable with physical danger and trained to operate in hostile environments. Even his accent had shifted subtly, losing the cultured tones of British nobility and revealing traces of something more complex, more international in its origins. "Indeed," Poirot replied, his own voice remarkably calm given the circumstances. "I suspect that Sir Reginald Pemberton is merely one of several identities you have worn during your career. The question that interests me now is not who you are pretending to be, but who you actually are, and more importantly, what you have taken from this ship that is worth risking your life to protect." The man's smile was visible even in the uncertain light, an expression that contained both admiration and calculation. "You have been most thorough in your investigation, monsieur. I compliment you on your methodology. Few would have detected the inconsistencies in my performance, and fewer still would have had the persistence to follow them to their logical conclusion." As if to punctuate his words, a particularly violent wave struck the ship, sending spray high enough to reach the deck where they stood. Both men instinctively tightened their grips on the nearest stable surfaces, but neither allowed the storm's fury to break their concentration on the deadly game being played out between them. "Your performance was indeed excellent," Poirot acknowledged. The attention to detail was remarkable. The clothes chosen with care but not ostentation, the knowledge of aristocratic behaviour acquired through careful study rather than birthright, even the wife who provided perfect cover for your activities. Lady Pemberton, I assume, is genuinely who she claims to be." "Indeed she is," the man replied, and for the first time his voice carried a note of genuine warmth. "And she knows nothing of my true activities. To her, I am simply the husband she married 5 years ago, a gentleman with business interests that require occasional travel and the kind of social connections that make transatlantic voyages both pleasant and profitable. I have taken great care to ensure that my work never touches her life directly." This revelation added another layer of complexity to the situation. The use of an innocent spouse as unwitting cover for espionage activities required not just operational skill, but psychological compartmentalization of the highest order. It suggested someone who had been operating at this level for years, long enough to establish and maintain complex personal relationships, while simultaneously conducting activities that could result in international incidents if discovered. "But you, Monsieur Poirot," the man continued, "have demonstrated that even the most carefully constructed cover can be penetrated by someone with sufficient skill and determination. Your reputation precedes you, of course, but I had hoped that the pleasures of ocean travel might distract you from the kind of detailed observation that makes you so dangerous to people in my profession." The storm seemed to be reaching its peak intensity, with winds that made speech difficult and motion treacherous. The lamp above them swayed through increasingly wide arcs, its light creating a stroboscopic effect that turned the confrontation into something dreamlike and surreal. In the distance, other lights could be seen through the rain. The glow from passenger deck windows, the navigation lights that marked the ship's position for any other vessels that might be struggling through the same tempest. "Your profession," Poirot said, raising his voice to carry over a particularly violent gust of wind, "appears to involve the acquisition of information that belongs to others. The documents you have been transmitting through this ship's wireless equipment. They concern military preparations, do they not? Specifically, the sort of strategic planning that certain nations would pay handsomely to obtain." The man's expression showed neither surprise nor denial at this accusation. Instead, he seemed almost relieved that the pretense could finally be abandoned, that the careful game of social interaction could give way to the more direct communication of professionals who understood each other's capabilities. "You are, as always, remarkably well informed," he said. "Yes, the documents concern military planning, but perhaps not in the way you might assume. I am not, as you seem to suspect, stealing secrets to sell to the highest bidder. My activities are considerably more complex than simple mercenary espionage." This admission opened new possibilities that Poirot's detective mind immediately began to explore. If the man was not operating as a freelance spy, then his activities might be sanctioned by some government agency, which would explain both his professional competence and his access to sophisticated communication equipment. But it would also mean that the stakes involved were considerably higher than mere criminal activity. "You work for a government," Poirot stated rather than asked. "But the question remains, which government, and are their interests aligned with those of the ship's flag state? Or are you operating in what the diplomats would call an irregular capacity?" The man's pause before answering was filled by another crash of waves against the hull, the sound echoing up through the ship's structure like thunder contained within steel walls. When he spoke again, his voice carried the weight of someone making decisions that would have consequences far beyond the immediate moment. "I work for His Majesty's government," he said finally, "but in a capacity that requires what you might call operational flexibility. The documents I have been transmitting concern German military preparations that pose a significant threat to British interests. However, the methods by which these documents were obtained and the channels through which they are being transmitted are not ones that could be acknowledged through official diplomatic channels." The implications of this revelation reframed everything Poirot had observed about the man's activities. If he was a British intelligence operative working under unofficial cover, then his presence aboard the Britannica represented not simple espionage, but a complex operation designed to move sensitive information through channels that could not be traced back to official government sources. The use of commercial shipping for such purposes was not unknown, but it required enormous sophistication and careful coordination. "The war plans you mentioned," Poirot pressed, "they concern the German military build-up that has been the subject of so much diplomatic concern. You have managed to obtain detailed information about their strategic intentions." "More than intentions," the man replied grimly. "Specific operational plans, including deployment schedules and strategic objectives that demonstrate the German government's preparations for military action on a scale that will make the previous war seem like a minor border dispute. The information is authentic, verified through multiple sources, and urgent enough to justify the risks we have taken to obtain and transmit it. As if summoned by the gravity of this conversation, another massive wave struck the ship, this one large enough to send spray cascading across the entire deck. Both men were momentarily drenched, but neither moved from their positions. The storm had become not just a backdrop for their confrontation, but a participant in it, adding its own drama to revelations that could affect the fate of nations. But transmission is not completion, Poirot observed. You still carry physical documents, do you not? Papers that provide the detailed evidence necessary to support the intelligence you have been sending through wireless channels. Tell me, Poirot said, addressing both of the operatives, what exactly do these German war plans reveal? What makes them urgent enough to justify the risks you have taken to obtain and transmit them? The couple exchanged glances, a silent communication that spoke of years of partnership in dangerous work. Finally, the man who had called himself Sir Reginald spoke. The plans detail a coordinated military operation designed to begin within 18 months, he said. Not the gradual build-up that most observers expect, but a swift, overwhelming assault that would secure German control of Central Europe before other nations could respond effectively. The intelligence we have obtained indicates preparations on a scale that would make resistance virtually impossible if the attack proceeds according to schedule. And the documents you carry provide the specific evidence that British intelligence requires to convince the government that immediate action is necessary, Poirot concluded. Without such proof, warnings about German intentions would be dismissed as speculation or propaganda. Precisely, Lady Pemberton said. The information we have gathered represents perhaps the last opportunity to prevent a conflict that would dwarf any previous war in its scope and devastation, but only if it reaches the right people in time to be acted upon. The revelation reframed everything about their presence aboard the Britannica. This was not simple espionage, but a desperate race against time, where the successful completion of their mission might mean the difference between peace and a war that could destroy European civilization. The stakes were so high that the risks they had taken seemed not just justified, but necessary. Then perhaps, Poirot said slowly, the question is not whether you should be exposed, but how your mission can be completed successfully despite the complications my investigation has created. As if in response to this possibility, the storm began its slow retreat toward the eastern horizon, leaving behind a sea that was still rough but no longer actively hostile. The lamp above them continued to sway, but with less violence, and the deck beneath their feet felt more stable than it had for hours. The worst of the tempest was passing, but the human drama it had witnessed was only beginning to reach its resolution. The storm that had transformed the SS Britannica into a battlefield of wind and water began its slow retreat as the first pale hints of dawn touched the eastern horizon. The change came gradually, like a fever breaking after a long night of delirium, with the wind's shriek diminishing to a steady moan, and the waves' violent assault settling into the powerful but predictable rhythm that marked the Atlantic's return to something approaching normal temper. The lamp that had provided their only illumination during the night's dramatic confrontation no longer swayed with quite the same desperate urgency, casting steadier shadows across faces that showed the exhaustion and relief of people who had survived not just a physical ordeal, but a crisis of loyalties and principles. Hercule Poirot stood beneath that flickering beacon, his small frame somehow seeming larger in the growing light, as he contemplated the extraordinary situation that had developed around what had begun as a simple shipboard mystery. The couple he had known as Sir Reginald and Lady Pemberton faced him across the storm-washed deck, their true identities finally revealed, their mission exposed, and their carefully constructed cover identities dissolved like morning mist under the scrutiny of dawn. Yet rather than the satisfaction of a mystery solved, the detective found himself grappling with questions that went far beyond the simple matter of unauthorized passengers and mysterious cabin occupants. The documents that had been the focus of so much secrecy and risk lay hidden somewhere in the depths of the ship, containing information that could prevent a war or fail to prevent one, depending on whether they reached their intended destination in time to influence decisions that would affect millions of lives. The weight of such responsibility had transformed what might have been a straightforward matter of maritime law into something far more complex, where the traditional boundaries between right and wrong became blurred by the larger questions of what served the greater good. "The morning brings new possibilities," Poirot said finally, his voice carrying easily in the calmer air as the storm's fury continued to subside. "Perhaps it is time to discuss how the night's revelations might be resolved in a manner that serves everyone's interests, including those of people who will never know what transpired aboard this ship during these past few hours." The man who had called himself Sir Reginald, whose true name, Poirot suspected, would remain unknown even after their business was concluded, nodded with the careful attention of someone who understood that the detective's words might represent the difference between success and catastrophic failure. His wife stood beside him with the confident bearing of someone equally prepared for either outcome, but her presence added dimensions to the situation that went beyond simple professional partnership. "You speak of resolution," the man said, "but I confess I am uncertain what form such resolution might take. My wife and I have completed our primary mission. The intelligence has been transmitted to our superiors through channels that cannot be traced back to this ship or its passengers. But the supporting documentation remains in our possession, and without it, the warnings we have sent may be dismissed as unreliable or fabricated." The growing daylight revealed details that had been hidden by the storm's fury and the uncertain illumination of the deck lamp. The ship showed signs of her battle with the tempest. Deck chairs had been overturned despite being secured, salt spray had left crystalline deposits on every surface, and the brass fittings showed the peculiar polish that came from hours of wind-driven rain. But the Britannica's fundamental integrity remained uncompromised, her lines as elegant as ever, her passengers and crew safe within her steel embrace. "The documentation you carry," Poirot said thoughtfully, "it provides the detailed evidence that your government requires to act upon the intelligence you have transmitted. Without such authentication, even the most alarming warnings might be attributed to agents provocateurs or dismissed as elaborate deceptions designed to manipulate British policy." Lady Pemberton, whose real name was equally mysterious, but whose competence was increasingly evident, spoke with the precision of someone who had thought through every aspect of their situation. "Precisely, Monsieur Poirot. Intelligence work operates on verification and cross-reference. A wireless transmission, no matter how detailed, remains simply information until it can be supported by physical evidence that proves its authenticity and accuracy. The implications were sobering. If the documents failed to reach their destination, the warnings about German military preparations might be ignored until it was too late to prevent the very conflict they were trying to avoid. But if the couple's activities were exposed through conventional law enforcement channels, the documents might be confiscated as evidence in a criminal proceeding, effectively removing them from the intelligence pipeline at the crucial moment when they were most needed. There is also, the woman continued, the matter of our own situation. We have operated under carefully constructed identities for several years, identities that have allowed us to move freely through social circles where valuable intelligence can be gathered. If those identities are compromised through criminal proceedings, our effectiveness as intelligence gatherers would be permanently destroyed." Poirot found himself thinking not just about the immediate problem of the stolen documents, but about the larger questions of duty and loyalty that the situation raised. His own background included years of service in law enforcement, where the principles of justice and legal procedure had provided clear guidelines for distinguishing between right and wrong. But the world of international intelligence operated according to different rules, where actions that might be criminal in one context could be heroic in another. The dawn continued its slow progress across the Atlantic sky, painting the ocean in shades of rose and gold that seemed almost impossibly beautiful after the violence of the night storm. The water still ran high, with waves that would have seemed enormous under normal circumstances, but the chaotic fury had given way to the kind of organised power that experienced sailors could work with rather than simply endure. Perhaps, Poirot said slowly, the solution lies not in choosing between law and intelligence work, but in finding a way to serve both. Your mission requires that the documents reach their destination, but it also requires that your activities not be exposed in ways that would compromise future operations. The couple exchanged the kind of glance that spoke of years of partnership in dangerous work, a silent communication that weighed risks and possibilities with the efficiency of professionals who had learned to make life or death decisions quickly and accurately. "What do you propose?" the man asked, his voice carrying both hope and wariness. "I propose," Poirot replied, "that we consider the possibility that the mystery of Cabin 47 might be resolved in a manner that satisfies my curiosity without necessarily requiring a complete exposition of your activities. After all, the original question was simply whether someone was occupying a cabin that was officially unoccupied. That question can be answered without delving into the details of why such occupancy was necessary. This suggestion opened possibilities that had not existed moments before. If Poirot could satisfy the shipboard gossip about the mysterious passenger without revealing the full scope of the intelligence operation, it might be possible to complete the mission while preserving the operational security that made future activities possible. "You would be willing to provide a simplified explanation of events?" Lady Pemberton asked, her voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone who understood that intelligence work often required creative interpretations of truth. "I would be willing to provide an explanation that serves the cause of justice without necessarily serving the cause of complete transparency," Poirot replied diplomatically. "There are many forms of truth, and sometimes the most important truth is the one that prevents greater harm from occurring." As they spoke, the ship's routine began to reassert itself after the long night of storm. Early rising passengers appeared on deck, drawn by the spectacular sunrise and the relief of calmer seas. Crew members moved through their morning duties with the systematic efficiency that marked professional seamanship, checking for storm damage, securing equipment that had worked loose during the night, and generally returning the Britannica to her normal state of elegant functionality. The three conspirators, for that, Poirot reflected, was what they had become, found themselves in the peculiar position of needing to resolve matters of international significance, while maintaining the appearance of casual shipboard acquaintanceship. The growing activity on deck provided both cover for their conversation and pressure to reach conclusions before their extended private discussion attracted unwanted attention. "The documents you carry," Poirot said, "they must reach London within a specific time frame to be of maximum value. How are you planning to accomplish that transfer upon reaching New York diplomatic pouch?" the man replied. "We have arranged for the materials to be transferred to the British consulate in New York, from which they will be sent to London through official channels that guarantee both speed and security. And your own travel arrangements after New York?" "We disappear," Lady Pemberton said simply. "Sir Reginald and Lady Pemberton will suffer an unfortunate accident, or perhaps simply decide to extend their American holiday indefinitely. The identities will be retired, and we will emerge elsewhere as different people with different histories." This revelation added another layer of complexity to the situation. The couple's carefully constructed identities were always intended to be temporary, designed to facilitate a specific operation before being discarded like worn clothing. Their exposure through Poirot's investigation was inconvenient but not necessarily catastrophic, provided it could be managed in ways that did not interfere with the completion of their mission. The sun continued its climb above the horizon, painting the ocean in colours that seemed to wash away the memory of the night's violence. The storm was moving away toward the eastern horizon, leaving behind clear skies and the kind of brilliant morning light that made the Atlantic seem like a highway, paved with diamonds rather than a hostile wilderness of wind and water. "I believe," Poirot said finally, "that a solution presents itself. The mystery of Cabin 47 was indeed a mystery of unauthorised occupancy, but by a passenger who had legitimate business aboard the ship and who used the cabin for purposes that, while irregular, served the greater good. The passenger in question has now concluded his business and will be disembarking normally in New York, where the matter will be resolved through appropriate channels. This explanation had the virtue of being essentially truthful while omitting the details that would compromise ongoing intelligence operations. It satisfied the detective's need to solve the mystery while preserving the operational security that the couple's mission required. "And the documents?" the woman asked. "Will reach their intended destination through the channels you have established," Poirot replied. "I see no reason why a matter of maritime procedure should interfere with communications between allied governments, particularly when those communications concern the mutual security interests of democratic nations." The arrangement they were crafting represented a delicate balance between competing loyalties and principles. Poirot's commitment to truth and justice was being served by ensuring that information vital to preventing a larger conflict reached those who could act upon it. The couple's commitment to their mission was being preserved by allowing them to complete their operation without exposure. And the larger cause of peace was being served by facilitating intelligence sharing that might prevent the very war that everyone feared was approaching. As the morning progressed and normal shipboard activities resumed, the three of them found themselves in the peculiar position of having to return to their roles as ordinary passengers while carrying the knowledge of what had transpired during the storm. The transformation was remarkable to observe. Within minutes, the professional operatives had resumed their personas as aristocratic travellers, their bearing and manner shifting so completely that anyone encountering them would see only a distinguished couple enjoying a pleasant ocean crossing in the company of a famous detective. The breakfast service in the first-class dining salon that morning carried an atmosphere of celebration and relief, as passengers who had endured the night storm gathered to share their experiences and congratulate themselves on their survival. The ship's officers moved through the salon with the quiet satisfaction of professionals who had successfully brought their vessel and its human cargo through challenging conditions, while the stewards served with the extra attention that marked special occasions. Mrs. Carmichael, resplendent in morning dress that suggested she had slept peacefully through the entire tempest, held court at her usual table with tales of how the storm had sounded from the safety of her cabin. Her account, while dramatic, bore little resemblance to the actual violence that had raged outside her windows, but her audience seemed perfectly content with her theatrical interpretation of events. Colonel Hastings, looking somewhat worse for wear after a night spent listening to the ocean's assault on the ship's hull, was engaged in animated discussion with fellow passengers about the professional competence of the crew and the excellent design of modern ocean liners. His military background had given him an appreciation for both the challenge the storm had presented and the skill with which it had been met. It was Lady Pemberton who first mentioned the resolution of the Cabin 47 mystery, her comment delivered with the casual precision of someone accustomed to managing information flow in social settings. "I understand that Monsieur Poirot has solved the puzzle of our mysterious passenger," she said, her voice carrying just the right note of satisfied curiosity. "It seems there was indeed someone using the cabin, but for perfectly legitimate reasons that required a certain amount of discretion." Poirot, who had been enjoying his morning coffee with the particular satisfaction of someone who had spent a challenging night reaching satisfactory conclusions, nodded with the modest pride appropriate to successful detection work. "Indeed," he said. The gentleman in question was conducting business that required privacy, but nothing that violated any maritime laws or ship's regulations. A simple matter of commercial discretion rather than criminal activity. Such things are not uncommon in international commerce, particularly when delicate negotiations are involved. This explanation satisfied the assembled passengers' curiosity while providing enough vagueness to discourage further inquiry. The suggestion of commercial negotiations requiring discretion was believable enough to end speculation, without providing details that might compromise operational security. Sir Reginald, playing his role with perfect conviction, smiled with the appropriate mixture of relief and amusement. "I must confess, I was beginning to worry that we had a genuine mystery on our hands. It's reassuring to know that even in our modern age of international travel, there are reasonable explanations for apparent anomalies." The conversation that followed touched on the broader topics that had occupied passengers throughout the voyage: the changing nature of international commerce, the increasing complexity of diplomatic relations in Europe, and the general sense that the world was entering a period of significant transformation. But beneath these surface discussions, Poirot was aware of undercurrents that had been invisible to him before his nighttime revelations. Several passengers, he now realised, were engaged in activities that went beyond simple tourism or routine business travel. The gentleman who spent so much time near the wireless equipment was almost certainly monitoring communications for purposes that had nothing to do with personal correspondence. The lady who maintained such intensive conversations with crew members was probably gathering intelligence about the ship's operations and passenger manifest. Even some of the seemingly casual social interactions carried the subtle precision of people who were professionally trained to extract information through conversation. The realization that the Britannica carried multiple intelligence operatives from various nations was sobering but not entirely surprising. Ocean liners in the 1930s served as neutral meeting grounds where representatives of different governments could encounter each other without the formal protocols that governed diplomatic relations on land. In an era of increasing international tension, such venues provided invaluable opportunities for the kind of informal intelligence gathering that might prevent misunderstandings from escalating into conflicts. As the day progressed toward the ship's arrival in New York Harbour, Poirot found himself reflecting on the complex moral and practical questions that his investigation had raised. The traditional role of a detective was to uncover truth and ensure that justice was served through proper legal channels. But in a world where the stakes included the possibility of wars that could destroy entire civilizations, the definition of justice became more complex. The documents that would soon be transferred to the British consulate in New York contained information that might prevent millions of deaths by providing early warning of military preparations that could otherwise proceed undetected until it was too late to respond effectively. In such circumstances, the irregular methods by which those documents had been obtained seemed less important than the lives that might be saved by acting on the intelligence they contained. The afternoon brought the first distant sighting of the American coast, a thin line on the horizon that represented not just the end of their transatlantic voyage, but the completion of an intelligence operation that had required months of planning and considerable personal risk. For the couple who had called themselves Sir Reginald and Lady Pemberton, the approaching landfall marked both success and the end of identities that had served their purposes, but would now be discarded like costumes after a theatrical performance. As evening approached, and the lights of New York Harbour began to twinkle in the distance, Poirot stood once again on the promenade deck where his investigation had begun. The ocean was calm now, reflecting the lights of the approaching city like a dark mirror, while the ship moved steadily toward her berth with the confident grace of a job well done. The couple joined him at the rail, no longer needing to maintain the careful distance that had marked their interactions when their secrets were still intact. In the growing darkness, they could speak with the honesty of people who had found unexpected common ground in serving larger purposes than their individual concerns. "Will you ever know," Poirot asked quietly, "whether the intelligence you have gathered will actually prevent the war you fear is coming?" "Probably not," the man replied. "Intelligence work rarely provides the satisfaction of seeing direct results. We plant seeds of information and hope that someone in authority will have the wisdom to act upon them before it is too late, and if the war comes despite your efforts, then we will continue to serve in whatever capacity our skills allow," Lady Pemberton said. "The alternative is to do nothing while civilization destroys itself, and that is not acceptable to people who have the ability to make a difference." As the SS Britannica approached her berth in New York Harbour, the passengers prepared for the complex process of disembarkation that would scatter them across a continent, each carrying their own memories of the voyage and its various adventures. For most, the crossing would be remembered as a pleasant interlude of luxury travel marked by dramatic weather and interesting social encounters. But for a small number of people aboard the ship, the voyage had been something far more significant, a successful intelligence operation that had moved vital information across the Atlantic under cover of routine passenger travel, potentially affecting the course of history in ways that would never be publicly acknowledged. The mystery of the silent passenger had been solved, but its solution had revealed deeper mysteries about the nature of duty, loyalty, and the price of preventing wars that most people would never know had been threatened. As the great liner settled into her berth and prepared to release her human cargo into the complexities of life on shore, those mysteries remained, carried forward by people whose true names would never appear in any official record of the voyage. The Atlantic stretched endlessly behind them, keeping its secrets as it had for countless centuries, while ahead lay a continent where the information they had gathered would either help preserve peace or prove insufficient to prevent the catastrophe that seemed increasingly inevitable with each passing month. In the end, perhaps that was enough. To have tried, to have taken risks in service of something larger than personal comfort, and to have found, in the most unlikely circumstances, that truth and justice could take forms that no law book had ever anticipated. The silent passenger's story was complete, but the larger story of which it was a part continued to unfold, carried forward by ordinary people doing extraordinary things in service of hopes that the world might yet find ways to resolve its differences without resort to the ultimate arbitration of war. And so, our tale of the silent passenger draws to its quiet close, like the gentle lapping of waves against a ship's hull as she rests safely in harbour after a long voyage across troubled waters. The SS Britannica has delivered her passengers to their destination, her secrets preserved, her mysteries solved in ways that serve both truth and the greater good that sometimes transcends simple answers. Hercule Poirot returned to his cabin that final night aboard the great liner, his detective's mind satisfied not just by the solving of a puzzle, but by the discovery that sometimes the most important mysteries are not the ones we set out to solve, but the ones that reveal themselves when we look beyond the surface of things. The cigar smoke had led him to documents that might help prevent a war. The locked door had opened onto questions of loyalty and duty that had no easy answers, and the silent passenger had taught him that the most effective disguises are often worn by those who serve causes larger than themselves. In the morning, the passengers would disembark, scattering like seeds carried by an ocean wind to take root in new soil. Most would carry with them only memories of pleasant voyage, dramatic weather, and the small social mysteries that make any journey memorable. But a few would carry information that might change the course of history, secrets that would never appear in any ship's log or passenger manifest, knowledge that belonged to the shadows where brave people do necessary work that the rest of the world need never know about. The Atlantic stretched endlessly beyond New York Harbour, keeping its ancient counsel, holding its eternal secrets. Somewhere in its vast reaches, other ships carried other passengers with other mysteries, other stories that would unfold in their own time and place. The ocean that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the crossing of explorers and immigrants, merchants and diplomats, continued its patient work of connecting distant shores while maintaining the deep silence that makes all human endeavours seem both precious and temporary. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, perhaps you might imagine yourself standing on the deck of such a ship, feeling the gentle motion of deep water beneath your feet, breathing air that carries the salt-sweet promise of distant lands. Perhaps you might consider the countless souls who have crossed these waters before you, carrying their own hopes and fears, their own secrets and dreams, their own quiet contributions to the great ongoing story of humanity's journey across the uncertain seas of existence. The ship's bells ring softly in the distance, marking time as they have for centuries, counting not just hours, but the heartbeats of history itself. The waves whisper their eternal lullaby, the same song they sang to Vikings and merchant sailors, to immigrants seeking new lives and diplomats seeking new solutions to old problems. It is a song of continuity and change, of depths that hold mysteries and surfaces that reflect light. Rest now, as passengers have rested in ships' cabins since humans first dared to venture beyond sight of land. Let the gentle motion of memory rock you towards sleep, carrying you safely through the night toward whatever dawn awaits, and know that somewhere, in waters both literal and metaphorical, brave souls continue their own voyages, solving their own mysteries, serving causes they believe are worth the risk. The silent passenger has completed his journey, but his story joins the countless others that flow like currents through the great ocean of human experience. Some stories are told, others remain forever private, but all contribute to the vast narrative that connects us across time and distance, reminding us that we are all passengers on the same small ship, crossing the same mysterious waters, bound for destinations we can only hope will prove worthy of the voyage. Until we meet again on other seas in other stories, may your own journey be marked by fair winds, following seas, and the quiet satisfaction that comes from mysteries solved and duties fulfilled. Sleep well, fellow traveller. The watch continues, and morning will bring new adventures for those ready to embrace them. Thank you for joining me aboard the SS Britannica for this tale of the silent passenger. If this story brought you comfort in the night, please consider subscribing to What If Sleepstorian for more gentle mysteries and peaceful journeys. Until next time, this is your narrator, wishing you calm seas and peaceful dreams.